Hello, 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 it's me. It's good to be here. Kenzie Fox of the Fox Can't Read broadcast. Hope everyone's doing well. All 40,000 viewers. Hello, 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 Al Rose. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Late because I have a therapy session every 2 Thursdays. So, you know, it went pretty good. She didn't try and break up with me today, which was good. That's new. Drink water. Alright, I've got some water. I've got some water right here. Thank you, thank you. Consider the water drank. I'm not getting got by the ping, by the way. I almost got by the ping. I saw the Discord ping pop up in my taskbar, and then I remembered it's because I'm live on YouTube now. By the way, hello YouTube. Hello YouTube, hello VOD watchers. Hello 40,000 VOD watchers. Nothing interesting to say about therapy this week. It's me. So, instead of any of that stuff, I'm just running through my mind, like, if there's anything that I want to say. And I think the answer is no. I think that... Oh, hold on. You know what I forgot? I forgot to turn on the light. Hold on. Let me do that. Okay. Okay, I'm here. It's not a normal light, so you might be like, oh, Fox, you're just sitting in the dark? No. No, the way that, hold on. Okay, so the way that it works, my tracking, is it uses an infrared sensor. And so I have an infrared little beam of light that I shine on my face that helps it pick up the infrared sensors. So that's... I sometimes forget to turn that on. But as you can see, you know, it still reads it without it, but it does read it better with it. Anyway. Today we're gonna be playing Roottrees Are Dead. We're gonna be solving some puzzles. We're gonna be looking up on the internet. But like the fake internet, you know, not the real internet. There we are. So, last time we beat the main story of the Roottrees Are Dead. We figured it, we found out all the root trees. Now, we have a new... What the hell? Ah! Why did the music end so abruptly? Whatever. We're here. And, so now we have a new campaign, and I'll let the game tell us about it. I'm going to do it over the save because we checked it out last week to see if it was worth doing another week on, and I decided it was. So let's get the story so far. Fuck, I forgot again. I forgot that I changed the language to Chinese again. Oh my gosh. That's so fucking funny. Because the door just fucking swings open, and it's this old, like this middle-aged white guy with, like, you know, a friar tuck going on, just the top of his head completely bald. He's in slacks and dress shoes and like this unkept shirt, one hand in his pocket, little tiny smirk on his face, and he just he throws open the door, this cardboard cutout of a man, and then he speaks in perfect Mandarin. The white guy orders in perfect Mandarin, shocks all of China. Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes. Ni hao, I'm Clark. You probably didn't expect me to speak fluent Mandarin when I opened this door, but here I am. Shit, I've been saying that for years, my friend. I think I should change it back to English. Ah, shit. I didn't even read it. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way, and she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. Oh! Oh, shit. You guys can't even hear. Oh my god, you guys can't even hear. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Oh no, I didn't have the game audio set up properly. Oh, that's so funny. That's such a, oh my god. Look, okay, I'm running it back because you have to see this. I'm running it back because you have to see this shit. Oh, that's so sad. I thought I wanted to clip that for later. That's so sad. I'm not gonna fake my reaction because, you know, that's stupid. But pretend.
你好，我是查尔顿。或许你希望来的是别人，但生活有时就是充满意外。
Now it makes sense, doesn't it? Bro slams open the door. He's a cardboard cutout. He answers in perfect Mandarin.
你藏得不错，我们费了好一番功夫才找到你。
See, this is what I heard. Okay.
过去1年发生了太多事，很多事情都闹到了公众面前。不过幕后同样在暗流涌动。我从没想过要当总裁，我不擅长应对压力，再加上我母亲身体也越来越差了。
Anyway, go back. I'm actually gonna change it back to English. I totally forgot that I had it set in Mandarin. I changed it to Mandarin last week because they had an update where they added Mandarin, and I was like, oh cool, you know, we'll play it. This is like a 3-year-old game at this point, and they just randomly came out with a Mandarin update. Sure, let's hear the Mandarin. And I totally forgot. But I do want to hear their English voice actor.
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
This is what you sound like in the English version? Hi, I'm Clark. Probably how you expected to be knocking.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too.
So funny looking.
I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. And with my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge the Clancy Trust covers any root tree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. That was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them. But she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Okay, so now we're caught up. Sam is trying to help some of the root tree members that had been disowned or were the progeny of infidelity. And Clark also wants to help. So we're all on the same page. Let's do a quick read of this. Like, I did read these new things, the new evidence last week, but it has been a week. So today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since I helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. He never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The root trees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. 6 pieces. It's the book about Elias Roottree that was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. In March, the Roottrees company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release, with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottree and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clancy Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. 5 people. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottree publicly and vehemently denied that 5Ps was a Roottree. The Roottree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5Ps to drop this claim, and in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with Roottrees. Anonymom and Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Roottree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree, and therefore entitled to a share of the Clancy Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottree Mania saga. As more and more of Anonymom's stories came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5P's in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn. Confirming the world's suspicions, the DNA test proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or an attempted fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottrees mania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. And we played the game, so we don't need to read this. This is just what happened last time. There's a knock at my door. Clark Rafferty LaRoe, the current president of Roottrees Candy Company, explained that multiple people have come out of the woodwork to claim to be Roottrees. He has been trying to work with Sam, but she has not answered his calls. He has also handed you a letter that he said that you could share with Sam that said the following. To both of you. The company I hired to help us with the Clanstead Trust is busy poring over the entire family's history, as well as people that may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. So please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be realistically part of a relationship that led to the birth of a new root tree. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the new sections of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. I'm sure you can hear that as the longer I keep talking, the more I need to clear my throat. But keep in mind that that's why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by your lawyers, like in the case with the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for ones that led to potential new root trees. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'd love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt. I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and you, refuse to make any more mistakes, and do my best to sort out the various messes we've left behind. So please, fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck, and thank you both. Okay. So 5 Ps. 5 Ps is who we should look up. Let's start there. Internet. Okay. You don't have any history, because it's been 8 months. We erased it. Let's look up 5 Ps. 5 Ps, aka Felix Fellows, is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost root tree and entitled to part of their fortune. His alias 5 Ps is a play on 5 Ps. An article you find on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, a 1 star out of 7. With the headline More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection. The review mentions his real name is David, and he used to go by Dirty Davy. And the author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time, holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. At first, the Root Tree Company denied it vehemently. Miracle Root Tree even appeared on the same magazine a week later, but since then, they backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. The press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed his story. Okay, so we should look up a couple of things. We should look up Felix Fellows. Okay, that's the same thing. We should look up Dirty Davy. See if this brings up anything. Dirty Davy. According to fan sites, Felix Fellows is not 5 Ps' actual name. His birth name was David Fellows. Dirty Davy was 5 Ps' previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name. There's some people selling his old mixtapes on auction sites. One is apparently called Dirty Devil, and another Dirt Poor. Okay, we got stuff to look up. Let's look up David Fellows first, and then we'll look up his albums. Okay. Let's look up Dirty Devil. And I want to search periodicals for that, because we have Modern Music Monthly. No. Okay. How about Dirt Poor? Search that in Modern Music? No. How about, Felix Fellows? No? I guess Modern Music Monthly doesn't review rap artists? Maybe you have to look up Dirty Davy? Periodicals, Modern Music Monthly. Really? Teen Blast? Is Dirty Davy a teen hit? Okay, how about 5P? Are you in Modern Music Monthly? No. Geez, Modern Music Monthly has nothing on this guy. Okay, let's just do a Google search. Dirty Devil was 5P's first mixtape. There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop culture references, with the range thought to be somewhere between 1992 and 1994. Yes, I Can Jump seems to be at the center of the confusion. Okay, so we gotta look up Yes, I Can Jump. Some fan sites claim that there are multiple versions with different track lists and song lengths on them, though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that information. Hello, Plurp. How are you doing? Let's look it up. Yes, I Can Jump. Let's look it up on Music Magazine? No. I don't know why I keep thinking that anything released by Dirty Devil or Dirty Davy is going to be in the magazine. The magazine does not cover rap. They're like Ben Shapiro. Let's look up Yes, I Can Jump on the internet. It's a song that was on 5P's mixtape Dirty Devil. It seems to be the only song that didn't make it onto a studio album that people thought should have. In it, he references a popular movie from 1992 called White Men Can't Jump. The references caused some confusion amongst the fanbase. Because of it, it is agreed upon that the mixtape had to come out in 1992 at the earliest, but others point out that Fellows references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. That would have been in 1994. Some take this to mean that the album had to have been released in 94 at the earliest. Others claim that he was likely just trying to make himself sound cooler, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he has stated multiple times that he was just a dumb kid when it was released. You know what they say. Alright, I can't help but see those words and not hear them in Hotel Mario voice. You know what they say. All toasters toast. You know what they say. White men can't jump. Does Yogi Bear say that too? I'm not old enough to know what Yogi Bear says. He says like I know he does picnic basket, right? What does he sound like? Does he sound like Hotel Mario? I think I might be getting Hotel Mario wrong too. I think he's got like a little more rasp to his voice. He's like, you know what they say. All toasters toast. I mean, I've seen it when I was like a child. They played it on like the Boomerang channel for all the Boomer cartoons, right? But it's been a long time since I was a child. Are they really gonna make me look up White Men Can't Jump? I doubt this is gonna turn anything up. It's peak? You know what they say, boo-boo? Hey, boo-boo. Is that a picnic basket? That is true. The Boomerang. I mean, not really, I guess. And you know, it would work if they were using dial-up to watch them online. But I don't think you could watch things online during the dial-up period. I don't know if they had videos online. They might have been too big to download. Sylvester Stallone? What does Sylvester Stallone say? It ain't about how hard you can hit, about how hard you can get hit, and keep coming. That's the only line I can tell you from Sylvester Stallone. And I've seen at least one movie with Sylvester Stallone in it. Because he was the lead in Demolition Man. Now, I've had some good pizza in my day, but I've never had Pizza Hut. Okay, what's going on here, man? Why do we care about any of this? Take me back. Nope, take me forward. Take me to history. Take me to my friend Felix Fellows. I like a good piece of pizza. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. The more that I try and do it, every time I try and do an impersonation, I do an impersonation of someone else. I feel like that one was getting closer to, you know, I get no respect. I get no respect, I tell ya. Rodney Dangerfield style. Not Felix Fellows. How about David Fellows? Did we look up Dirt Poor? Okay. Dirt Poor is a mixtape by Dirte Davy, released in 1996. There's a lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that in one of the songs, Felix includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin, Raina, in a list of attractive women. Okay. Okay. The lyrics to one of the songs, Heat, mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s and provides a crude pun or line about what Fellows felt about them. When re-released in 1999, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overtly profane, and the line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to a character from The X-Files. Excellent. Okay. So... okay, so he changed the song so that he wasn't calling his cousin sexy. That's okay, I guess. I think that that's an improvement, probably. But that doesn't help us learn anything about him. Let's go somewhere else real quick. Let's learn about six pieces. No? 6 piece? Huh? 6. Oh, okay. No space. Yeah, in the first game, this is the like the second. This is I don't know what you call this. This is DLC. It's free DLC. But in the main game, you were hired by a member of the family who had been cut out of the will to prove that they were actually a part of the family. And so we did that. And now, after that happened, there's a big controversy, right? And now a bunch of people are saying, like, we are all part of the family. And so now our job is to try and figure out who are really, you know, members of the family. Like, see, here's the family. This is the family that we all found out. And this is the woman that hired us, Samantha Roottree. She hired us because her father gave birth to her out of wedlock. And so she wasn't included in the family for a long time. And so... And she wasn't the only one. There was also some people cut out over here. This person was cut out from the family entirely. And this is what she was concerned about mainly. I said that it was because she was cut out of the will. That's not true. The person that was cut out of the will was her adopted parents, Edward Clancy Roottree and his husband, John Miller, because this was in the early 1900s. And they were gay, and so the family disowned them, even though they're, Edward Clancy Roottree is the direct son of the patriarch, Elias Roottree. And so she came to us and wanted us to prove the family tree so that we would be able to prove that her adopted parents were actually... or, one of her adopted parents was part of the Roottree family, and she wanted to clear their name, kind of. And so, in doing that, she put out a book, trying to using all of our evidence that we collected to prove that her adopted father was the brother of her genetic father, biological father. And in doing so, it caused a huge sensation where a bunch of people came out and said, we are also related to the family, and that's important because the family are billionaires. They are, they are the owners of the Mars Candy Corporation, basically, in this universe. And so now, we have been hired once again to go... Don't say that, Florb. We have been hired once again to go in and figure out who is actually related through, infidelity, and who is making it up. First affair, second affair, third affair, final affair. Who the hell is this? We'll see if you're in here, but I will have to dox you, though. Using our... It's 1999, so we are using Windows Millennium. Oh, I know what to do. We can go to the public library. Samantha... Hold on. No, you have to put last name first, I think. What's her... Roottrees? Samantha. And she wrote a book called 6 Pieces. This is the book that she wrote about her adopted father. No? Okay, maybe hold on. Is that really her name? Roottrees Samantha. Maybe this one you actually just put in Samantha Roottree. No? They don't have the book at the library? That doesn't seem right. Okay, we'll leave that for now then. Let's see what the evidence we have is. Oh, her name is not that. Her name is Sam Madsen. Oh, because she got married. Sam Madsen. She got married. Roottrees are... not biological name. Roottrees is her maiden name. Samantha Madsen. Did she change her name from Samantha? Is it just Sam Madsen? It is. Sam Madsen's book was released earlier this year and details the truth about Elias Roottree as well as Sam's father, Edward Clancy Roottree, and John Miller. You helped verify her story, so much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam has some selections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your new search. These sections have been added to your notes. What do we got? Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family. That's a pretty good subtitle. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting in 1968 until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to Six Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. This was almost 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of the Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding the markets previously untapped by Roottrees. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There's also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her who's Beth, because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Too many Elizabeths. Too many. This is a lot of information, though. Okay, you know what it tells me? It tells me that I know who this is. This person that had a lot of cheating going on. This is Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson was the third president of the company. Let's... I mean, we need to get a picture of Guy. But how do we get a picture of Guy Hudson? I don't think I can just look up Guy Hudson. Oh, I don't know. Because the picture that we got of Guy Hudson... Here he is. We got... Guy Hudson. We got his picture from the family pictures of like the Roottrees family portraits. But we don't have those portraits anymore. So I don't know where we're going to get pictures of him. Let me see. True. So true. Thank you. One of Sam's farm supervisors named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Okay, how on earth is that supposed to... How are we supposed to find that? Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties and they eloped quickly. Okay, so we can look up Antonelli's. Let's do that. Oh, whoa. We're seeing an older version? Wait. Okay. This is new, actually. Guy Hudson was only present to Roottree for a few years in the late 70s and early 80s, had mostly faded into obscurity except for the Fancy Flavors debacle during Roottree Mania. He suddenly rose to prominence again after 5Ps appeared on the cover of a magazine holding a photo of Guy and his mother. Okay, so we gotta figure out what magazine that is. And I think we might have it, actually. Could be Teen Blast. 5Ps. 5Ps is popular and attractive enough that even though his music is not targeted toward teen girls, they seem to be paying attention anyways. While he hasn't done any interviews with the magazine, they've listed him amongst the hunky hotties for the past few months with small bios that tell you various facts about him. This includes his real name, David, his birthday, his star sign, and where he grew up. A letter to the editor also claims that it is not possible that he was born in 1977, as he claimed on a song called 17 Magazine that he turned 17 in 1992. The editor responds with a statement that they've reached out to his agent to ask about the song and were told it wasn't performed by 5Ps and they shouldn't print rumors. So I should look up 17 Magazine, maybe? 17 Magazine, sometimes referred to as 17 Magazine, is the title of an unreleased and controversial song by Dirty Davy. There's mentions of it on a few sites claiming that it was on the first release of his first mixtape but was removed. There's no audio or visual evidence of it existing. That is him. That's him. That's he. Independent accounts from people who have claimed to have heard it, and they do generally line up. According to their recollection, it was about many different loosely connected occurrences to the number 17, mostly violent. The intro states it was written on Davy's 17th birthday. It involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show for Teenage Magazine, with a similar name to the song title. How interesting. A fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. Okay. Keep that in mind. We'll have to look that up. The person doing the violence was apparently trying to beat Dahmer's high score. Due to major acts of gun violence in schools earlier this year and subsequent backlash against violent music and video games, it is generally considered in very poor taste to bring it up. Most of the people that enjoy mentioning it online are either trolls trying to shock people or come from the morbidly curious corners of the internet. Okay. A teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. Song title is 17 Magazine. Could it be 17 Magazine? No. Could it be Magazine 17? Could it be 17 Mag? Okay. Mag 17? 17 Magazine? 17 magazines? Okay. The title... The teenage magazine has a similar name to the song title. If not 17 Magazine, could it be 16 Magazine? Teen Magazine? Teenager magazine? 17-ager? 17. 17 magazines, sometimes referred to as 17 magazine. Similar name to the song title. A fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. Am I maybe I'm reading too much into this. But the thing is, he's on the cover of a magazine. And it's got a picture of him and his mother and his father. And we need all three of those. So we gotta find that magazine. I wonder if I look up Jeffrey Dahmer if anything comes up. No. 17 magazine. Look up 17? I mean, that's a good point. That would make for a good magazine title. It pasted Jeffrey Dahmer. It's usually pretty good at it. What if I look up 17 magazine on the Modern Music Monthly? No. Charlotte? Charlotte 5Ps? No? Butler County Times 5Ps? Felix Fellows? Okay. Not helping. What the recollection is about many different loosely connected occurrences to the number 17. Interest states it was written on his 17th birthday at a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. Is it maybe without a space? 17 mag? 17 zine? Okay, we might have hit a brick wall here. Let's look up some other stuff we know about, like Anonymom. Anonymom was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of a potential new root tree being added to the Clansed Trust. That's the everyone that gets money from the company. Instead of claiming herself a root tree, however, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a root tree. The accusation came during the height of root tree mania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. Oh! That's good. That's good. We've got something. Hold on. We'll look up News Time magazine. But first, let's read the rest of this article so I don't forget. Sam Madsen publicly supported Anonymom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to 5Ps. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job at the same time period. After fumbling the 5P story so publicly, the Roottrees were more prepared to handle all Clansed Trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not have been related to the Roottrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymom and the Roottrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up hope that history could repeat itself after 5Ps felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymom be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track down her true identity. The Roottree company felt pressured to put out a second statement to try and curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottrie is not a Roottree, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Many people claim this high-profile, anticlimactic, and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Roottree mania. Others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of 6 pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Roottree has already been eliminated as a potential new Roottree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymom's affair does not appear on your updated tree. Okay. So, there's a couple of things I want to look up here. The first one is News Time magazine. Yeah, huge. News Time is a major news periodical that releases a new issue every week. The rapper 5Ps famously appeared on the cover claiming to be a Roottree. Then, 1 week later, Miracle Roottree did the same, denying that he was. Because of this high-profile back-to-back discourse right before the start of Roottree mania, they appeared to be the de facto publication to get news about the ongoing Roottree saga. They reported record subscriber numbers during this time, which lasted until the end of Roottree mania, when the world generally stopped paying much attention and they went back to reporting on more traditional news. Okay, let's take a look at... Let's look at that. News Time. Look up Felix Fellows. He was on the cover, kicking off Roottree mania. Summary of both articles, as well as a close-up of the photo 5Ps is holding on the cover of his issue, have been added to your evidence. Let's see. That's him. That's Guy Roottree. The rapper 5Ps appeared on the cover of News Time holding a Polaroid of his mother, Joanna, when she was Zach Morden's secretary at a company picnic. He claims that Joanna and Guy Hudson, also in the photo, were having an affair that led to his birth. Okay, so we know his mother's name is Joanna. Hold on, is there anyone else in the photo? No. I just wanted to see if there's like someone standing in the background or something. Okay, so we know that Joanna and Guy Hudson had an affair. And this is 5Ps. His first name is David. Last name Fellows, I think? David Fellows? Which means his mother... This is his mother. That's Joanna. Joanna. We don't know her last name yet. We know that she used to be a secretary for Zach Morden. And we know that the person she married must be named Fellows, because that's where David gets his name. And David is a rapper, is a musician. Okay. We have a picture of Guy. We have a picture of Joanna. This is a picture of David. Felix Fellows appeared on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational and initially dismissed as fake until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. His mother, Joanna, was Zach Morton's secretary when he retired, and then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit, the first few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked at the register. Okay, hold on. New information, she's no longer a secretary. Retail? I think you would call that retail? The next morning, they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all of the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of one photo he appears with on the cover of Newstime. It's the only one where they were dressed, the only one not from the affair itself. The picture is shown in full inside in the magazine and was added to your evidence. The magazine also includes some additional history about 5P's career. Felix Fellows was born to Riley... Oh, okay. Riley and Joanna Fellows. Okay. So his father is Riley Fellows. This is Joanna... I mean, we don't know her... We don't know her maiden name yet. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottrees Company as a secretary. It also confirms that she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went into foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to the Roottrees Company, but at the moment the company's blanket statement was, since the release of a recent book, Roottrees has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. Okay. This is big. And we have one more piece of evidence. Charlatans and thieves. Miracle Roottrees fires back. Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover. He vehemently denied that 5P's was a Roottrees. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of 5P's accusations regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as an exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. He starts with 6P's content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, he left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out that Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottrees, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continue to live together. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6P's. He recounts a deluge of claims to the clan-said trust that the family had been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves into arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably, laughably false, and all they do is tarnish his family's reputation. He focused on 5P's, who appeared on Newstime before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent and says he is using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5P's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. The Miracle's Roottrees are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and that now at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottrees. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. The article mentioned that Miracle's son did not wish to comment and had a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRoe. Miracle does not speak for the entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living root tree, despite Sam Medson being born the year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Listen, Miracle Root Tree might be a bad guy, but he's got drip, dude. This is a drippy 71-year-old. Look at this. Cane, the glasses, gold-rimmed aviators, the slicked back silver hair, white suit blazer. It's drippy, okay? He's definitely homophobic, but he does have an LGBTQ tie. That is true. He's trying to reclaim it for God, you know, for the covenant. This is interesting. There's someone on the family that has been disowned, where both of their parents are root trees, and they were married. Holy cannoli, some of this looks really convoluted. Okay, so we've got a lot. There's a lot of stuff. Let's keep looking in news time. Let's look up the 6 pieces. Let's look up 5 P's. Maybe we already looked that up. Yeah. Root tree mania? No. Root dot? No. Miracle? Miracle root tree? I think that's fucked up, by the way. I don't know. That's probably the least controversial thing I could possibly say. I think it's fucked up that the president of the company was having affairs with his secretaries and then, you know, letting them die on the streets of a heroin overdose, living destitute. I'm starting to think that these bourgeoisie are not good people. Let's look up Guy Hudson. No. Okay. Maybe we look up Joanna Fellows? No? Okay, we're getting lost a little bit. Let's look up a root tree mania on the webpage. Collectively, a popular culture seemed to focus on the root tree family for a few weeks before everything felt oversaturated and society moved on. Daytime talk shows had an I'm a Secret Root Tree episodes. Late night hosts and guests made jokes about the other lost members of the family, and there was a widely shared website where you could fill in your own name to find out if you were a secret root tree. When you submitted your name, it simply said no with an image of Clark Rafferty LaRoe giving you the finger. Root Tree Mania lasted only a few weeks, just long enough for 6 pieces to re-enter the charts and to trigger new printings of other Root Tree-related media. This included Lauren's Diaries, VHS releases of Gwyn's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which mostly seem to attempt to capitalize on the Roottrees sisters Carl and Brenda. These re-releases were too late to successfully capitalize on or extend the craze. As a result, most of them were failures, and countless novelty shirts that had variations of "I'm a secret Rootree" became immediately unfashionable, though some people still wear them ironically. Okay, I've got some ideas here. Let's look up Lauren Roottrees and see if we get... Yeah, see, there's new information. In the wake of Six Pieces' release, Lauren Roottrees was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. There was a minor backlash towards the report that tracked Laura down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench outside near a small pond on the premises. Okay, that didn't really have the information that I needed. Maybe we look up A Life Between Wars, the name of her book. No. Okay, so this doesn't seem relevant. How about Secret Rootree? No. I guess we should look up the Roottrees Rift and see what that is. The 3 press releases from the Roottrees Candy Company after the release of Six Pieces were referred to as the Roottrees Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. The first was fairly standard. It stated there was no president of the Roottrees Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book, and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of its claims it raised and decide the next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottrees would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps within the family to revisit the Clanstead Trust's terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely, and that Clark Rafferty-LaRoe and Ron Roottrees would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation plan would be based on a stringent verification process. Well, maybe Roottrees Company? Although during your last search you only got a good look at the history page, the design itself has clearly become much more sleek and very corporate. Gone is any history focused on Elias Roottrees. Instead, the site seems to focus on the present status of their candy offerings, high-quality JPEGs of each of their products. There are also some small ads for Root, which is the clothing company owned by the Roottrees Candy Company. There's a small section at the bottom that lists the president as Clark Rafferty-LaRoe. A short bio mentions that he was responsible for some of their marketing before taking the reins after the unfortunate plane crash. There's also a small memorial section for those that perished in the plane crash, including the Roottrees sisters, Carl and Brenda, Kurt Johnson, Mark Sanchez, Trish King, and Eliza Nicholson. Should I be looking up these people? Kurt Johnson and Mark Sanchez were the pilot and co-pilot of the Roottrees jet during its crash last December. Although the NTSB investigation has not been released, foul play has been ruled out. Tricia King was on the cabin crew of the Roottrees private jet. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza, another Elizabeth, huh? Lived in a house with her family about 200 yards from the section of the woods where the plane crashed. She reportedly had a heart attack during the commotion, and her family were unable to reach the emergency services due to the overwhelmed phone lines and the ongoing storm. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer responding to the plane crash, but it was too late. Could it possibly be the plane crash near one of the secret root trees? Elizabeth Nicholson. Okay, takes us to the same page. Elizabeth Nicholson. I think I'm going to take a note of that. Add a page. Let's take a note of this. Could be one of the affairs, because we know that Guy Hudson had an affair with a woman named Elizabeth. This is a woman named Elizabeth. Okay, take me back to the... Elizabeth Nicholson. Could she be in News Time at all? Could she be in the Butler County Times? No. You know, News Time... Maybe Roottrees Company? Or how about Root Dot? Alright, fine. Take me back to Spider Search and let's look up Root Dot. The Root website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but it contains no new information. The most recent catalog had an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who is apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. On it, you find information about the Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. According to the site, the fund was created directly from the shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees Sisters, if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Clan-said trust, it's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. Alright, let's look up that. It's the name of the law firm that has been hired by the Roottrees Candy Company. It's named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. Okay. I feel like I should take note of that. It's the law firm... Highlight. Okay. I'm gonna say Clan-said Trust is the name of this one. You can't find out much about the company. All the articles tell the same tale. After the 6 pieces, the revelation of the Roottrees internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. Has ties to multiple aspects of the Roottrees Corporation, including the Candy Company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high media lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. Who is Cicely Sanchez? An author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man. Alright. Let me just look that up in the public library real quick. Portrait of a Changed Man. 1979. Nonfiction. What if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today, could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? Okay. How does that help me? Her follow-up, Foreign Gospel. Okay, see, maybe that's useful. Public library. Foreign Gospel. Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. This book tells his version of the story, but the author also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. She's written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first 2 are her claim to fame. According to a site about authors, Cicely is known for her nonfiction with a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. Recently, she appeared in a magazine called Picotee. Picotee, okay. Picotee is a category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. Picotee magazine? Okay, there we are. It's a publication that, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wider variety of audiences and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch onto and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any given time, including Beanie Babies, Magic Eye images, and even Red Bull. It has often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Picotee gets around this by stating in every issue that all of its articles are all the hearsay that's fit to print. At one point, they ran an article about Cicely Sanchez. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. The article was not even the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottrees Corporation. That particular issue, the Big Sass Sea Bass, was pulled from shelves. It now has become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottrees company was hiding. You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. Okay, so we got... There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to think about for a second. Picotee. We look up... What was it called? Big Sass Sea Bass? Okay. Big Sass Sea Bass. An issue that focused on talking toy fish. In the demonic message it supposedly said as the batteries ran low. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, this issue was pulled from store shelves, making the subject of some conspiracies and an instant collector's item. Due to this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. So what do we actually have? Nothing? The magazine was pulled from shelves, and the version you found in your periodical search and the relevant pages removed, rendering the magazine useless, and yet, unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. It says it's useless, and yet it has 8 clues on it? Could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? Cicely Sanchez reveals Roottrees secrets. This utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds. Okay, what if we look up Cicely Sanchez? Okay. About Roottrees. Nothing. Roottrees Company. Alright, we'll leave Picotee alone for a second. We'll go back to Cicely Sanchez's website. How are we supposed to find this collector's item? Okay, maybe we go to periodicals and we look up Guy Hudson? No. Oh, how about we go to Spider Search and we look up Big Sass Sea Bass? When you press the button and speak into it, it mimics your voice and then insults you. Many people consider it a ripoff of a more popular wall-mounted communication-based fish decoration, but the packaging makes it clear that this one does not sing. Recently appeared on the cover of Picotee magazine. In the same issue that a Roottrees-related article appeared. That issue was removed from stores after the Roottrees sued the magazine. The issue has become a collector's item and ripe for conspiracy theories about what the Roottrees were trying to keep from people. Well... I'm lost again. They've stranded me. We still have Clark Rafferty LaRoe. Let's see what's new with Clark Rafferty LaRoe. He's the new president of the Roottrees Corporation. Yeah, most of the information about Clark you already knew. Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into the public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This also served as an announcement that the clan said trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. Okay, can we look up the clan said trust then? No? Okay, I got one. Let's look up the name of the lawyer, Ruby Spratt. She's relatively elusive. Is the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. What is the magazine? That would help me a lot, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna take a note of this in case we figure out what that airline magazine was. She excelled at school. She went to Mid-Eastern University. She graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer. He was a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Local gas station chain in Portland, with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. This is harder than the main game, and the main game was not easy. But it is more difficult, because the thing is, in the main game, there are, like, some famous people in it, you know, that have, like, articles about them and stuff that you can, like, latch onto, and they have, like, a lot of information about them. But the nature of, you know, trying to find infidelity in rich people's family is difficult. I wonder what NTSB is. Is this something? National Transportation and Safety Board. Okay. I was hoping that it would name, like, the name of the jet or something. Roottrees Jet? Okay, this page hasn't been updated in 8 months. No mention of a company. Maybe we should look up these books. Foreign Gospel. No. How about Portrait of a Changed Man? No. How about Cicely Sanchez? Okay, let's review our evidence. There are 8 clues on this. I don't know what they are. 5 clues on the 6 pieces. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Ah, Antonelli's. I forgot. We're supposed to look up Antonelli's. There are a large number of Antonelli's restaurants, not because it is a chain, just because it seems to be a common name in Italian restaurants. You may need to use a more local resource if you're looking for one specific. Yeah, sure. How about the Butler County Times? Antonelli's. It's been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in 1992. Rochelle Zimmer sold the land the building was on, and at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. There's a puff piece from Valentine's Day that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded, she and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago, when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she is a bun in the oven, and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Okay, this is huge. New page. This is, Christine Garland. Take all of this shit and put it in there. That's all important. No, actually, that's not all important. Christine Garland met at Antonelli's when she was delivering produce from her mother's farm. She's a secretary. Okay. Keep these 2 things in mind. Because this woman might have... I don't know. It seems relevant. I'm not sure. I have to think about the timeline. Okay, yeah, the 1970s. This means she could have been one of this guy's secretaries, Guy Hudson. So she could be here, or here, or even here. Okay. Okay, that's something. How did we get to Antonelli's? Ah, here. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at... Okay, hold on. This is confusing. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. A caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Okay, the caterer from Antonelli's must have been Steve Garland. Okay. This is relevant to Christine Garland, because that is Christine. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay. Okay. We need to learn more about this Christine and Steve Garland. Let's see if there's anything about them. Yes. How about Steve Garland? Okay, a couple of articles. 1978, a listing for his weekend cooking classes. Gourmet for the groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991 and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. Okay. We found a thread, Fakecorns. Mark Zimmer. Kitchen Tales by Mark Zimmer. Let's look that up. In the public library. Mark Zimmer? Kitchen Tales. Is really released as Garnishing the Truth. A recipe book that contains stories. Okay, well, Garnishing the Truth. What? Maybe it was released by Steve Garland? Aha! There we go. The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgments from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You're the apple of my pie. The second is to James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. The final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. 2 children, huh? Who? It's this. I figured it out. This is Christine something. And then her husband is Steve Garland. Their children are James and Robert Garland. James Garland? Do you think they would put the first, or the eldest first? And they are both chefs? Okay, and Christine is... She is, I don't know what you call her. I'm gonna say she's a secretary. I don't know if that's true. A forward by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's Brewhouse over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money from when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. Okay, that's pretty huge. Let's look up McCarran's Brewhouse. It's a pub in Boston. They have a website. Apparently the bar has been around a long time. On the site, there's a list of famous people that have had a drink there, including former President of the United States, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's as well as how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has this to say. Local and regular Stevie G wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out and we ain't gonna say no to free press. So go grab a bite at his kid's joint, Fry Die, and then swing by to meet him for a drink. Look up Fry Die. Fry Die is a popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. A more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Unusually, the restaurant only serves vegetables. But a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a short story about it listed on a website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to link to random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. It has this to say about Friday. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature, so I went there, and there was a huge line and they didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? Chef's Signature? This is a huge thread. We're yanking on this thread. We got a new periodical. Chef's Signature. Let's look up Fry Die. Right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Fry Die's signature is the samosa cone. The cover and main article has been added to your evidence. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. It's them! One of these is James and the other one is Robert. Can a vegetarian diet be trendy? Sitting down with the Garlands, the new boys in Boston. James and Robert Garland on the cover of their November 1998 issue. According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Fry Die, a play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear, that exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James... Okay, yeah, I got that. Jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. James credits his love for cooking and love for food and his culinary skills to their upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. Maybe she's a farmer then? Maybe Christine is a farmer? I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could even talk, but they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Fry Die. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary. Okay, never mind. She's not a farmer. That's secretary. We're making progress. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he had to exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus. Those are some of our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Mom always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. Their parents, who are now retired... Hold on. Should I say that she's retired? No. Retired is not a job. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine Apple. Apple pie has always been my mother's favorite, and my dad always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assume that's all there is to it, but actually secretly named after them, sort of. Sistine Chapel. It's secretly named after them, sort of. Is Blorp still here? Blorp, are you here? Blorp went to culinary school. One of these... I'm assuming this is the sous chef uniform, right? This is not a master chef. This is not the king chef. The executive chef. This is not the lead chef, the pro chef. This is the sous chef. Because the younger brother is the sous chef. So that would make Robert this guy and James this guy. I'm right. These 4 entries are correct and have been locked. Hudson Guy, David Fellows, Garland, and Garland. I guess I didn't get their mother right? Oh, I don't have her name. Whoops.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life. 3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious.
Wow.
But then I saw the news. I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it.
Can you tell me who the person was?
I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down.
Huge.
The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Thank you, Sam. I was really... I mean, I don't know. I was kind of on a roll. Hold on. I don't want to look at that yet. I'm kind of on a roll right now. What if we look up McCarran's Brew House in Chef's Signature? No. Steve Garland? Oh, you know, we need a picture of... Oh, no. We need a picture of their mom. Sorry, me when I'm getting a little too frisky on stream. Computer, let me add a picture of Chat's mom. Okay, let's look at some of the new information then. What's this? A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Roottree. The details of this case can be found in her evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottree. Okay, so that's why we have a picture of Miracle Roottree. Mary Beth Clementine. Let's look her up, right? She's a singer. She probably has some sort of Modern Music Monthly. Mary Beth Clementine. She was reviewed and advertised many times in Modern Music Monthly, but the most popular recording of the release of her He's Got the Whole World in His Hands. It was released under the label New Edison. Let's look up New Edison. A small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. It released cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. It was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records vs. Edsel. You also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the Old Rugged Cross and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Another site claims that the police had to be called in a new You know what? I should make some notes. I should make some notes here. This is, what's her name? Mary Beth Clementine. Okay, that's big news. We know that she legally changed her name. that the old rugged cross is a song that is tied to her old name. Police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison, got into a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user-submitted. There's an email address at the bottom in the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood and I'll add them to the page." Okay, how about Sterling Edison? Anything about him? How about Edison Records versus Edsel? Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. There's a lot of record labels named after Thomas Edison, huh? A website about lawsuits mentions this is a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try and get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Okay, so record producer who called himself Edison okay, so it's not actually New Edison, it's New Edsel. So Mary Beth Clementine might actually be Mary Beth Edsel. But let's look up the Old Rugged Cross. Popular hymn that has been covered by many, many artists. You won't find much relevant information about it online. What about here? The Old Rugged Cross. Mary Beth Clementine released the Old Rugged Cross for New Edison, and it was advertised quite a few times. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, however, it listed the artist as Mary Beth Quaker. Okay. Let's look up Mary Beth Quaker. Let's look up Mary Beth Quaker on the internet. Nothing? Well, we know her name. We know her name. I think it has to be this. I think this is Miracle? Miracle Roottree. He was a preacher. This is his picture. Well, no. Well, yes. Okay. I think this is true. And the woman is her. She is named Mary Beth Quaker. She is a musician. And she had a child named Stuart. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a root tree. A woman named Regina Clementine. Okay. So, they had a child. This is Stuart Clementine. And then he's married to Regina Clementine. We have a picture of this guy. when he was a kid. There. Who else is in the photograph? I'm gonna assume that's her husband, and this is their other son. Other son. Here's the husband. Could this possibly be Edsville? No, because he would have to have last name Clementine. But we don't know his first name yet. So I guess Stuart doesn't have children? We should read more. Because we have... Yeah, an email from Regina Clementine. We have from 6piecesprodigy.us. This we look up. Okay, never mind. We don't look that up. We look up genealogy genie at prodigy.us. Never mind. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine. Nay Salazar. What? Salazar. Regina Salazar. From New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote about a month ago. Apparently the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who is a police officer... Okay. Police officer... Never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online, and she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times, and Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached it to this email. Please consider saving a tree and not printing this email. Well... okay, so what do we get from this? I feel like I was about to look something up. Yes, I was. I was going to look up in the periodicals, Butler County Times, Mary Beth Quaker. Mary Beth Clementine. Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregation's church. She's mentioned 2 times, though the first visit from 1949 was significantly more substantial. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eye is on the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. His Eye is on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word, and I've felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. The second visit was a few years later in 1953. The article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption had prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. Second son's adoption. How about his eye is on the sparrow? We'll look this up in modern music. We look this up in Spider Search. The singer realizes that they should not feel discouraged or disparaged by their troubles, as God is watching over every creature. God can watch over and love something as small as a sparrow, then the singer knows that God is also there to watch over them. What if you're smaller than a sparrow, though? There's some little guys out there. Does God not see you then? Okay. What have we got from company records from 1975? They're based on old tax mailing information and only detail the employees that work directly for Roottrees or in their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. You're not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing guys' secretaries and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Okay. Wait. Secretaries? Joanna Robertson. That's helpful. Because now we know Joanna's name. Robertson. See? Miracle, Root Tree, Clementine Stewart. We got them all. Huge. That's huge. That's huge information. Let's see what other pages we have. In 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 1978. He held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. During 1976 and 1977, the changes took place. Guy Hudson replaced Ernest Madsen. Patrick Decker was hired. Eli C. Roottrees is no longer employed. Ernest Madsen is now listed. Christine Ferroa was hired. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed among the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Interesting. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottrees. Okay. Christine Ferroa is no longer listed among the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. Okay. So I guess that's supposed to tell me that Christine Garland is actually Christine Farrow? Christine Farrow. I don't know how we're gonna get a picture of this lady, though. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus. Zach Morton retirement party. Oh no, it's just more names. It's just more names. I don't want to look at this yet. Let's look up Christine Farrow. Farroa. Let's look her up in the periodicals. Maybe in Butler County Times. Maybe in Business Watch. Maybe in News Time. Picoty? Okay, maybe not. Fine. Fine. Now let's look at the next page. Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began trying to develop new 5-piece flavors. Following changes were recorded. Guy Hudson replaces Zachary Morden. Edward Roottree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed by Roottree. Elizabeth Cravensworth. Who the fuck? That is... Elizabeth Cravensworth is an Elizabeth. Okay, I mean, I'm just going to title this one Elizabeth, and we will just make note of Elizabeths that we find. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed by Roottree. Christine Garland is no longer working for Roottree. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. Juliette McCullen and Doris Mays are no longer employed. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing were hired. Elizabeth Ferroa. Okay, Elizabeth Ferroa is Christine's mom. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Interesting. Let's make a Guy Hudson page. Because this is interesting. A single year, a woman was hired for him. Travel expenses, Australia, China, France, and Brazil. Okay. Volatility continued. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around very long. Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Douglas Rosenberg is no longer employed. Edward Morrison was hired. Edward Morrison is no longer employed. Corinne Schwartz and Beatrice Watts are no longer employed by Roottree. Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram were hired. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing are no longer employed by Roottree. Catherine Garrett was hired. Oh my fucking god. Emily Seinfeld is no longer employed, but an Emily Barnes is now listed. No idea. Guy Hudson died in May of 1982, so the first few months of that year continued along the same pattern as they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended, and all of the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy Hudson, were let go. Sam Madsen left Roottree in 1984, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Following changes were recorded. Okay. Susan Ford is no longer employed by Roottree. It does seem like Susan Ford might be a good contender for someone that Guy Hudson was cheating with. Secretaries Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett are no longer employed by Roottree. From here on out, no secretaries are directly employed by Roottree. Roottree instead uses a temp agency called Work Time Temp. How could it? Okay. Don't worry about that. Root clothing reimbursement. Pearl root tree. 1 million. Okay, I think that looking up Susan Ford is a good bet, but I don't. I assume we're not going to find her very easily. She's probably not just going to come up here. Yeah. I think Susan Ford is a good guess. Catherine Garrett. Let's look up some of the other names and see if they come up. Is that how you spell her name? No, double T's. Okay, and sticking to the periodicals as well. They wouldn't be in Business Watch, would they? Linda Lewis, Angela Ingram. Linda Lewis. Angela Ingram. Is that how you spell her name? No. No, it's not. Angela Ingram. What was the other one? Linda Lewis. Linda Lewis. Okay, nothing. Whole box full of fucking nothing. That's okay. That's okay. Maybe we look up this Regina Salazar. Or Regina... Regina Clementine? No. Periodicals? Regina Clementine? Okay. Our leads are drying up a little bit here. Family Tree Update 1998. Oh, okay, I know. I think I know. Here, I think that this is... I think it's this lady, Stephanie Landon. Stephanie Landon or Stephanie Jones? Stephanie Jones? Stephanie Landon? Okay, how about Spider Search? Stephanie Jones? 2 new sections exists. The first is baby photo. There you see a picture of their new family together in a hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. The second is what's next. There's not much substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family. There has been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Okay. Brian Jones posted this family photo together in the hospital. New daughter is wearing an adorable Santa hat, and his wife, Stephanie, is giving her signature thumbs up move from her campaign literature. Okay, okay. That's huge. We know who this is now. This is you. Stephanie Landon. Your husband is Brian Jones. Here's a picture of him. Here's a picture of your daughter. Your daughter is a baby. You are a politician. And your daughter is named after her grandmother. Where are you? Okay. That means... Clara? Maybe? I don't know. Your parents are Carolyn and Eloise. So it's Clara, I guess. Okay. This is Clara. No? Okay. Jones. Gwendolyn? Lance? What's your fucking name, bro? Stephanie's grandmother. Not Gwendolyn, and it's not Clara. Take me here. Not Clara. It's not Gwendolyn. How about Noelle? No. They said it's, coincidence that she was born the day before Christmas. Jesus? Christ? Christine? No? Our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. Jack Skellington? Is the name of your daughter Jack? Is that possible? Named after her grandmother. I messed up because her grandmother's name is Clara. And her great-grandmother's name is Gwendolyn. But it's neither of those. Maybe they got it wrong? And they think Angelica is her grandmother? Because Angelica sounds like angel? This could be Angelica Jones? Angela Jones? No? I'm willing to sit on that for now. I'm willing to think that it might be Angela Jones. So we've got one entire family tree finished. I mean, it was extremely easy. Because I remembered that these two were having a child in the last game. But now it kind of puts us in a weird spot again. Puts us in a weird spot where I, Sorry, I've kind of run out of leads again. Like, How do I learn more about this family? I mean, I assume that if I look up Clementine Stewart, he's probably not going to be a notable person. Maybe in the Butler County Times? Stewart Clementine? No. Regina Clementine? How about their child? Oh, they didn't have a child. We have to learn the name of the brother, which means we have to learn more about whoever this Clementine is. And Mary Beth Clementine. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Mary Beth Clementine. No, hold on. Thomas Edsel. How about Thomas Edison? Okay. Who's our guy? New Edison. What's the name of Mr. Edsel? Somebody's founder immediately settled to try and get the case to go away, but the damage was done. So New Edison Records. Sterling Edison. But his name isn't Sterling Edison, it's Sterling Edsel. Sterling Edsel owned New Edison Records. Maybe Modern Music Monthly knows about him? Sterling Edsel. Okay, he was no longer newsworthy after being sued by Edison Records. Okay, how about New Edison Records? No? Sterling Edison? I mean, this person, Clementine Stewart, how about Sterling Clementine? No? Mary Beth Clementine? Got the whole world in his hands. Released under New Edison. Modern Music Monthly has a very positive review of her cover, and writer complimented her voice and the tone of her guitar. The review had nothing to say about Mary Beth herself, so it's not much of use. One of them was The Old Rugged Cross, which is the only song that was advertised but not reviewed. Okay, how about you look up that then? No? Okay. Mary Beth Quaker? Do we bother looking up Mary Beth Quaker? No. Mary Beth Clementine? She was known for her adoptions. She listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoptions. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. Okay, so we know this guy's name. This is Mark Clementine. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, who were convening to debate and discuss the first adoption of an African-American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. Listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. Spoke to Congress. Okay, let's look up Mark Clementine. Oh! Crocodile Clementine is listed on the website The Infamy List, the massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, or Australia, Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry, seems like a real piece of work. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as giving him his nickname. Portland Telegraph. Okay. Give me that publication. Okay, that's gonna be helpful. We also need to look up the basket baby of 1950. But take me back for a second. Let's read this. His mugshot from his incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School, who had his 15 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine. Okay, let's take some notes. I like that. Every news organization had their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in a now-famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker-punched him right in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Okay, so I should look up Billy Sims in the periodicals. Billy Sims. In News Time? There's a fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from the others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife Carla, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Colleen Webb. Thank you. Colleen Webb. Huge. Where was I? According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airlines. He worked at an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with her second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. Okay, I'm just going to highlight that entire section. Maybe, can I? No? Well, okay. He didn't actually. He just got fired. That's much better. According to a section with Colleen. Let's take highlight of that. And then left and moved to San Diego to live with her sister. She raised both of the children herself. They never changed their names legally. Okay. News Time covered it. How about Starlet? No. How about Piketty? Pixie magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable publications wouldn't. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. It was fairly expensive. Who the hell is Tostarito Jacobson? Piketty interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Okay. Mary Clementine. Mary Clementine. And I think that we have a... Yeah, we have a photograph of Mark. He kind of looks like what you'd expect someone who was arrested for smuggling reptiles into the United States looks like. Let's give you an adult picture now. And then let's... Do we have any more? How about Portland Telegraph? Okay. The assaulter Crocodile Clementine had appeared in the paper before. They filed it under a special banner called Croc Watch. Mentions that our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyways. It was unknown to the school staff, including Sims at the time, who he was, but a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try and avoid the guard, and the exchange between him and Sims took place. The article finishes by facetiously asking, "What will Croc get up to next? Stay tuned for more Croc Watch." Unfortunately for your investigation, as far as you can tell, there were no more instances of Croc Watch. Can I look up Croc Watch? No. How about Crocodile Clementine? He was flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane. His flights were very low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile on the leg and had to call in a mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell him that he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit, but his story seemed very odd and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting and he was promptly arrested. Okay. What if I look up Mark Clementine? No, it's the same article. Keen Blast? Billy Sims? No. Business Watch? Butler County Times? The information seems redundant with the basic information you can find out about the incident from the internet. Crocodile Clementine? He's listed on the infamy list. Can I look up the infamy list? No. Basket Baby of 1950. I forgot. We needed to look that up. Feud sites about true stories focused on and around religion mentioned that in 1950 a gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the sites, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as the Basket Baby, and he even went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the websites state who the woman or the baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. From context, you know that it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. You'd be shunned for her personal life? I don't know. I didn't hear about that. Okay, let's go to my history. Billy Sims. Sandstone Canyon High School. Let's look up that. Sandstone Canyon High School is in San Diego. There's not much information about it, though it's mentioned a lot in articles about this Billy Sims incident. How about we search the periodicals in... I mean, I know it's in San Diego, but how about the Portland Telegraph? No? Okay, not relevant. Okay, let's look up their daughter. We know her name is Mary Webb. Let's look her up. Maybe she has a website. She does. It's called Web on the Web. Apparently, it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. He also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. In the diary entry, she talks about the trips she's personally taken and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see specific band or ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with a ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions that day, the day that the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. The photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Where are you, Mary? Hello. It's an alleged ghost ship from the 1800s, was lost at sea and turned up without any crew several years later. Nobody knows exactly what happened, but fans love to tour it and come with their own paranormal theories. A company called Corporate Composition Photography is listed in the top left. Alright, sure. Look that up. Corporate Composition Photography is a photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for businesses in San Diego. Seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. It no longer exists. It's on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. It seems like the site is the personal page of a member of IRC Photography Channel. They have archives of logs they've been saving since 1993. One of them was from 1996, when Val, the former head of photography from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users talking about pictures for promotional materials and print ads. They're irrelevant, but go over your head. A question mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asks about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about Lyndon B. Johnson, or, sorry, LBP, I don't know what that is. Please keep this on the subject of commercial photography. Okay, so let's look up Telephoto. And go to periodicals, open up Telephoto, type in LBP. What? Iraq? Val. Corporate Composition Photography. Okay, how about we go to periodicals, Corporate Composition Photography. Nothing. How about Business Watch? Nothing. How about the Butler County Times? Pick T. She is a travel agent. Clementine is a pilot. How do we find out more about Val? Telephoto Val? Spider search. Maybe we spider search LBP? It can stand for Lebanese pound, lower back pain, lead-based paint, low blood pressure, Louisiana Board of Pharmacy, Long Beach Peninsula. Some businesses have the acronym LBP. Results include Lynch Building Plastics, Luxury Bridal Photography, Lexington Business Payroll, Lincoln Baby Photographs, Laura's Bras and Panties, Log Line Books and Publishing. I'm gonna say Luxury Bridal Photography. Photography business, which is a good start. Unfortunately, it seems like it's located in Ireland and its owner is named Nicholas. He goes by Nick Luxury, but you doubt that that is his real name, and it's very unlikely that this is related to what you're looking for. Oh. What else could it be then? Lincoln Baby Photography? It mentions Val, an award-winning photographer on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York. Sorry, it's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site it has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. At the bottom, the website says copyright 1998. Okay, this is Cam. This is Cam Lincoln. Who is you? Wait. I mean, we don't know... We don't know that Mary and Cam... I don't know. I think they are. Cameron? Cam Lincoln. So I think this is Val Lincoln. And I think this is a baby. I think he is a baby by trade. So now we can go to our periodicals telephoto. We have Val Lincoln. Cover which features one of his photos, as well as portions of the article have been added to your evidence. Okay, sorry, I'm getting confused because I think that this is a woman. And it says Clementine. Telephoto is a photography magazine. This 1992 issue focuses on the photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism specifically for the photo on the cover. Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch in his free periods to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography but didn't have any passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of was going overseas to cover the war decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so he could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 and shot the photo that won him an award. Third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate, because that's the photo that won me an award, got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Okay. This is someone else. This is Lisa Clementine. So, I'm wrong. This is Mary Clementine. And this is Lisa Clementine. And she's not a travel agent, she is a soldier. She's a... Well, I don't know what she is. You're a travel agent, though. Huge. Booyah.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one.
I'm gonna be honest, when it opened the door, and this bald motherfucker was standing there, and he didn't speak in perfect Mandarin, I was actually surprised. I forgot that he's not actually Chinese.
My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. But I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune.
That's true.
Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Okay. I don't really understand what they're going to do if they get rid of the Clancid Trust. Like, I feel like they... I feel like they still have a, like, the money is still going to be hoarded by a very small select amount of people. Lisa Clementine. Maybe the evidence says what he was? According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. So what does she do? Is there a clue in this picture? She's in the army. She's not a soldier. What does she do? Soldier? War? Driver? Are you a driver, Lisa Clementine? Is that why you were in an army vehicle? Okay. I feel good about that whole section. This feels mostly complete. I don't know if Lisa Clementine is a driver or not, though. Maybe she's on the internet? No. Beacon, New York. Lincoln Baby Photography. Okay, can we look that up in Business Watch? Lincoln Baby Photography. I imagine it's probably not making it into Forbes Top 500. Oh, because she doesn't go by Lisa Clementine. She goes by Lisa Webb. Lisa Webb. Telephoto. Lisa Webb. Portland Telegraph. Lisa Webb. Okay. I don't know what she is. Driver, maybe. We'll leave her until later. Oh, jeez. 1921? I believe this is Elias Roottree. I believe he was the president of the Roottrees Candy Company. Hold on. Before we just start opening up a new can of worms, we finished this the entire miracle tree. There's still a lot more to do in Guy Hudson. Surely we must be able to find Susan Ford somewhere. Nothing on Susan Ford, huh? We got for evidence. Apparently there's still a clue here, but I don't know about what. Because this is like... Didn't we already fill out this part of the family tree? Oh, maybe about their mother? Who we still need to get? Let's take a look. Small walk-up window in Boston. Robert makes him a sous chef. James answers the questions. My mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. Okay. That gives us a lead. Go to periodicals, Butler County Times, Antonelli's. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer. Let's take a look up Rochelle Zimmer. Nothing. Okay. Let's look up Rochelle Zimmer in the Butler County Times. Rochelle and her husband, Mark Zimmer, have a few mentions of the Butler County Times. Rochelle owned Antonelli's, an Italian restaurant, and Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Both closed in 1992. Mark was also mentioned once in the Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. Oh! Bookmarks. All of them were in the form of advertisements and listings. None of it seems relevant to your current search, though Lauren Roottrees did do a book signing in 1970. Spider shirts bookmarks? No? Let's see. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven, and they're both working as much as they can. Periodicals. How about we go to Chef's Signature Antonelli's? Cobweb Cobbler, which uses candy floss atop of blackberry pie. They have also cheesecake they call the Dust Bowl. As delicious as it all sounds, the restaurant doesn't seem related to your search in any way. Okay. Her name is Christine Farrow, huh? Christine Farrow. No. We gotta figure out who her mother is so that we can know what their farm is. Christine Garland met when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. How am I going to learn what her mother's farm was? Garland. How about Christine Garland? How about Christine Farrow? Her name, right? Farroa. Christine Farroa. I don't know how I'm gonna find out who her mother's farm is, because I bet that... I mean, all we need is a photograph of her. But... where are you going to get a photograph of her? The New Boys in Boston. Spider search. Christine Garland. No. Christine Garland. We definitely got to figure out her mother's farm. Can I look up Farrow Farm? Garland Farm? How on earth? How on earth do you expect me to figure this one out? Well, Lois had the eye for the best vegetables firm to work with, and she did her best to pass it on to us. Their parents are retired. They have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite, and my dad always has this stupid line he used to make her laugh, involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun, but assume that's all there is to it. It's actually secretly named after them, sort of. Christine. Sistine. Should I maybe look up the Sistine apple? No. Maybe chef's signature, Christine apple. Oh. Okay, actually we already know that. How about Christine Garland? Steve Garland? Christine Farroa? Brother. Maybe I have to look up Anderson Farm? No. Okay. I'm getting cooked here. Getting cooked here, boys. How am I supposed to get a photograph of this woman? Somehow this has 8 pieces of evidence on it. How? There's nothing on this image. Cicely Sanchez. Maybe I need to learn more about Cicely Sanchez. Maybe we can find Cicely Sanchez's website? Known for her nonfiction, she appeared in a magazine called Piketty with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. What was the book that she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson? Portrait of a Changed Man, Foreign Gospel. An article about a book she was tasked with writing. Maybe it's called Roottrees Secrets? Public Library. Cicely Sanchez. Roottrees Secrets. Fuck. Reveals Roottrees Secrets? Motherfucker. Guy. Maybe she just titled the book after the guy's name? Guy Hudson? No. Oh. Spider search. Roottrees Secrets. Secrets. Roottrees Secrets. No? 8 freaking clues, man. We gotta learn more about Cicely Sanchez. Where can we learn more about Cicely Sanchez on her computer? She in Business Watch, maybe? Cicely Sanchez? Butler County? Maybe she's from Portland? Okay, hold on. News Time briefly covered a lawsuit between Ruby Spratt and Piketty magazine surrounding Cicely Sanchez. Piketty announced they'd be pulling the issue from the following day, the moment that Ruby Legal Enterprises threatened them. This caused the issue to sell faster than any other in the magazine's history, though only for a day. Even people that would never have normally purchased it went out of their way to buy one, just in case it would be worth something someday. It especially caught the eye of conspiracy theorists who had assumed that anything worth suing over would have been hiding something. An expert legal analyst from News Times states that it was unlikely that Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court, and Piketty likely got more eyes on it than it would have if the Roottrees just ignored the story. Okay. Okay, anything else that we can learn about Cicely Sanchez? No. Let's go back to News Time and look up Ruby Spratt. Maybe that's something. Guy Hudson, maybe? No. How about Ruby Legal Enterprises? Ruby Legal Enterprises? Maybe we should look that up on the internet? Come on. Cicely Sanchez. No, I didn't mean to do that. Cicely Sanchez. This is not helpful. Ruby Spratt? It's from a website for a magazine owned by a major airline. It was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. So maybe she's featured in Business Watch? Yes. Clark Rafferty LaRoe, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal Enterprises, were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the Clan Said Trust. There's an article about the process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. Seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottrees sometime in late March after the Roottree Rift. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. Family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible. After looking after Clancy Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound, and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and in a public face, to prevent further issues. Her first move, as sort of a trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement, accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they'd begun to address the Clancy Trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Ruby Legal. Should I be looking up... Oh, well, I guess that is Ruby Legal Enterprises. Ruby Legal? Enterprises? Eh? Oh, because I spelled Ruby wrong. This seems like it has important stuff in it, but I don't know what the important stuff is. Maybe we should spider search the Clan Said Trust again? After the release of the 6 pieces by Sam Madsen, the Clan Said Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have all been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Roottree. It seems that those who wrote the trust purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked in an attempt to keep Sam and her father Edward and his own twin brother in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, and it did not go over well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company, and his most celebrated move was the first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of a third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of Roottree family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new Roottrees. I'm not sure what to make of this. I gotta learn more about this Ruby Legal Enterprises. Let's see. News time? Rickety? Portland Telegraph? Teen Blast? The teenagers love legal enterprises. They love it. Rickety? Cicely Sanchez? I would love to learn more about these conspiracy theorists that said that there's something to hide. What is the name of this? Oh, shoot. I don't remember what the name of this it was. It was like sea bass. Big Sass Sea Bass. Maybe that's not the name of the article. Maybe the name of the article is Bass Elbub. Let's look that up. Bass Elbub? Dang it. Bass Elbub? Bass Elbub? Please. I need a... Bass Elbub? Could really do... I could really do with a... Could really do with a little bit of a lead here. How about Christine Ferroa? How about we go back to the drawing board? Still have 3 more affairs with this frickin' Hudson guy, man. Okay, we gotta do some research into this guy. Take me to the confidentials. Susan Ford is no longer employed by Roottrees. I feel like this must be meaningful. How do we learn more about Susan Ford? Are you from Portland, Susan? No? You, maybe you were an actress? No? Were you in News Time? No. Musician? Perhaps a chef? And no spider search for Susan Ford, huh? Okay. Secretaries. Juliet McCullen. Doris Mays. Beth Knox. Christine Farrow was hired. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed among the secretaries, but a Joanne Fellows has been added to the list. Joanne Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed. Christine Farrow is no longer listed among the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. Christine Garland is no longer working. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz. Let's look up these ladies. Okay. She's from Pennsylvania. Some of the people trying to track down Anonymom were harassing her. She recently had to take a leave of absence because people showed up at her car dealership where she works. She's begging people to stop the accusations so that she can get back to normal life. In every article you find, the journalists involved have independently verified that she is not Anonymom. Okay, well then, we can find her in a periodical? Maybe in News Time? I mean, Butler County. Oh! She lives beyond the Butler County limits. After she was named in a national tabloid, people have come to her place of work and have accused her of being Anonymom. The article explains it is impossible for her to be Anonymom because her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years, it doesn't appear like Corinne could have been involved in any of the potential affairs on your tree. None of them? Okay. Okay, not her then. How about Beatrice Watts? Nothing? Periodicals. Beatrice Watts. Butler County Times. News Time. Nothing. Juliet McCullen. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing. How about Valerie Ewing then? I don't know, man. I don't know. Elizabeth Farrow is her mom, bro. Elizabeth Farrow. Elizabeth Farrow is Christine Farrow's mom. 100%. 100%, bro. 100%. 100%, bro. Please. Okay. Take me back. Can I look up, like, Edward Roottree retirement party? No. Did I look up the Christmas tree bash? No. How about the New Year's Eve ball? No. Susan Ford keeps getting moved around, dude. She's totally relevant. Okay, there's two Lewises, Lisa and Linda Lewis. What the hell? Lisa, Linda Lewis? No? Susan Ford keeps appearing. What is a Grandorf Dove? Maybe that's something? The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottree offices used to be in Butler County, but it serves much of the part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder has issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. The staff is listed on the website. You scan through all the biographies and find that the principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. That's Susan Ford. She's been working at the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Okay. This is huge. Oh, that was exactly what we were looking for? Sorry, what was it called? Grandorf Dove. The Butler County Times archives include what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. It was the center of a crime article from 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside the brand new Hudson Wing of the school. There are multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. He was not a teacher when he graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigation into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school had agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin their divorce proceedings. I'm sorry, hold on, what? Give me a new page. This page is Susan Ford. Okay. Grandorf Dove. Okay, I like that. There's one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was a former student. He married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. Okay, they've avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Okay. So let's look up the Hudson Wing. Hudson Wing was an expansion to the Grandorf Dove, first built in 1982. It's a separate, much smaller building half a block from the main campus and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, it got their name after the president of the Roottrees Company generously donated $250,000 toward the construction. There's also a very vague history section that can somewhat fill in the details from the other information you've seen about the school. And it mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottree at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottree management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since then it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Okay, this is big, but I don't know what to do with it. The principal is Miss Ford. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for... hold on. Hold on. Hudson Wing? Her future husband was deaf. Let's go to Spider Search, and let's look up Thomas Hughes. Thomas Hughes. You're no one, huh? How about if our periodicals... You in Business Watch? Are you News Time, maybe? No. Piketty? You moved to Portland? Were you a photographer? No. He married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. According to the report's investigation, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail. Seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Susan Ford? I'm getting a little lost in the sauce right now. Grandorf School for the Deaf. Can we look in periodicals for that? Yes. Not too many that you can't look at all of them, and so scrolling through a few pages, you manage to find something incredibly useful in your local, in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. The article from March of this year mentions that the Ford sisters, who attended public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma, and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, a Miss Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. Okay, so... this... Susie might be her real name? Susie Ford? The Ford sisters are identical twins. Okay, that... oh, fuck. You know what that means? It means this is Susan Ford. She is a principal, and her children are both Ford as well. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Well, she didn't have any twins attending her school. She asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather... Her daughters, Melissa and Heather... would be useful, and it turns out they were. She says, they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that even though she's about 15 minutes, is shy but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. Okay, hold on. My youngest is shy. Let's take a look at the photograph that we got. Okay. 4 twins were used as part of a nationwide study of how allergies and other diseases affect twins differently. The twin on the left is holding an inhaler, and the twin on the right is holding an EpiPen. Okay, let's do some logic real quick. Her daughters, Melissa and Heather. The Ford sisters. One of them has asthma and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Okay, the one with asthma probably isn't a soccer player, right? They couldn't be more different. My youngest is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Okay, yeah. Youngest. Okay. This is the youngest. This is her. I don't know her name. I don't know her name yet, but that's the youngest. Which means this is the eldest. Now, let's learn more. Their names are Melissa and Heather. Which one is which, though? My youngest hasn't stopped running. The oldest has asthma. And she's performing in a production of Is There Life After High School later this year. Let's look that up. The musical, it's quite obscure, only appearing on Broadway for 17 performances. Nowadays, it's mostly performed by smaller theater troupes, including high school drama clubs. You couldn't tell by now, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston was in musical theater all 4 years of high school. There's one song from it that has somewhat surpassed the popularity of the rest of the musical called The Kid Inside. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend Barry Manilow's version. If you've heard the song before, it's likely that cover. The entire musical deals... Anyways, the key word in that Butler County Times article was local. Yes, I understand. Is there life after high school? Copy. Paste them here. The cast list mentions some names, including a Heather Ford. Okay, think for a second, Fox. Think for a second. The eldest is Heather Ford. Gotcha, okay. Heather Ford. Which means this is Melissa Ford. What do they do? We don't know. We're not sure yet. Well, then that means Susan's last name can't be Ford because her husband's last name is Ford. Okay, let's look up the Ford sisters. Ford sisters. Let's look up Susie Ford. Oh, shoot. How about Susie Ford on the internet? How are we going to learn more of Susan Ford? couldn't be more different. My youngest, shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field. What year was this? March of this year. Okay. That means we know their occupation. They're students. K through 12. Student. K through 12. Okay. Huge. But how do we find a picture of Susan Ford? How about spider search? Ford sisters. Nothing. Susie Ford. Susan Ford. Butler County Times. Susan Ford. History. Take me to... No. I've got one. Periodicals. Hudson Wing. Okay. School for the Deaf. How do we learn about their mother, dude? Their mother, a Miss Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins. Spider search. Hudson Wing. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottrees Company generously donated $250,000. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in the details. She learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband who was deaf. Realizing how useful a service like this could be to a non-deaf people that wished to better serve those from hearing issues, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. First, it only operated on weekends, but since then it added afternoon. She was the first teacher at the new campus? Because her name is Susan Hughes. Susan Hughes. Her name's not Susan Ford at all, it's Susan Hughes. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. I'm not understanding. This is Thomas Hughes. But maybe Susan Ford kept her last name? Because Thomas and she got divorced while she was still pregnant? Susie Hughes? Susan Hughes? Take me... Take me back to confidential files. And let's see when Susan Hughes was hired. Looking for any Susan. No. Susan. Hold on. I have to... Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus, $50,000. That's insane. You've worked for this company for 50 years? That's crazy. Edward Roottree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, Lloyd Carpenter. Garland, Beatrice Watts, Corinne Schultz, Julian McCullen, Doris Mays, Lisa Lewis, and Valerie Ewing. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. In 1979, Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Randorf Dove donation. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to... There's still one piece of evidence here, somewhere. Not sure how helpful it will be except for cross-referencing guys' secretaries and visits overseas. How do I learn more about guys' visits overseas? I just need a picture of Christine Farrow and Susan Ford. Apparently there's 2 pictures of Susan Ford somewhere. Maybe we could learn more about Brandorf School for the Deaf. Or the Grandorf Dove. There's one arrest. Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student of the school. Apparently, he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. He was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier, according to the reporter's investigation. Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. Okay, so that confirms it, because she learned how to speak ASL for Mr. Hughes. Okay. So Thomas Hughes is correct. I need to learn more about this stuff. Grandorf School for the Deaf. Been working at school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentioned that she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. She was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Hudson Wing. She was the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since then it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. How am I going to get more photos? Oh, you know what? Maybe I get photos of her by learning more about... I've got an idea. Roottrees Brazil. Roottrees Brazil, sometimes erroneously referred to as Roottrees Brazil, is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative near the beginning of 1979. Unlike some of the other Roottrees Everywhere results, Roottrees Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar-flavored 5 pieces were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5 pieces bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alvalagos, near the municipality of São Bernardo do Campo, I don't know how to speak Portuguese, became the location chosen by the Roottrees Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. The factory was controversial, as locals did not want it there. The Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly, except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio do Bordo in 1982, and the second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all of the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called New Corporations something Brazil, which literally translates to New Brazilian Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Not much information has ever existed about it, and the Roottrees now run Roottrees Brazil entirely. Okay, so let's look up some stuff that we have here. How about Alvalagos? São Bernardo do Campo is a real place in Brazil. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston looked up cities in Brazil that had a lot of manufacturing so that he could place a fictional factory there. He did not want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing, so the small town name he made up, where the factory was located, was invented by mixing 2 other regions, Interlagos and Alvarenga. Okay. Easter egg. How about Roottrees Everywhere initiative? As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different and sometimes haphazard ways. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself, but you can glean the following. Roottrees candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. This included Canada, Mexico, and Europe. Roottrees Everywhere involved Roottrees' expansion to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottrees. This started with 4 that had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of the countries had an entirely new company formed, mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. Okay, we'll get there in a second. Let's keep looking at Brazil. Okay. First was Incendio do Bordo. What is this? Maple fire. In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. Fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claimed that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened, but last year, a news special did list this incident as well as a few others in the small town as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut out of the factory's profits. The local politician was named Edson Soares. He's a Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. Up to 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. He's a former mayor of Alvalagos. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He was put in charge of Alvalagos by the military government in 1973. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had two side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. He was not popular. The paper speculates he was a move to counteract his unpopularity. His wife, Sonia, was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. He often used his connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988, when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It is not known where he has gone, but the dissertation eventually, or even speculates, he likely fled to stay alive. Should we maybe look up Sonia Suarez? Flavio Suarez was a mother named Sonia. Okay, let's look that one up. Flavio Suarez is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. It seems that women, and some men, of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. There are also other more traditional fan sites that list things about him, including his age, his zodiac, his favorite food, and his mother's name. Also, it seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. The photo has been added to your evidence. Flavio Suarez is a Brazilian news anchor. This is a signed photo of him sent to a fan you found online. Who Natasha, kisses from Brazil. Is this guy a root tree? Why else are we getting a picture of him? Okay, so I guess this... Oh, you know what? Sonia? Suarez. Sonia Suarez. They had Flavio Suarez. Here's... we don't have a picture of him. He is a news anchor. She is a news anchor. Husband? Something Suarez. Take a picture of you. There you are. Do we bother looking up Ashley York? She's a British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry. She has been the subject of some controversy, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur. She's dating a young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Soares, which has brought them both somewhat into the limelight. Okay, Edson is the father. Edson Soares. Look up Teleread. Former television station in Brazil. It came into being in 1970. Due to a lack of resources online, you don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. Okay. What else can we learn about Brazil? Second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995. The factory was originally built by a small company called This. Nothing. Okay. How are we going to learn more about Flavio Suarez and his mother? Sonia. Did I look up Sonia Suarez? Yes. I might be putting this in the wrong spot. Maybe not, though. Let's do some more research on Root Tree Everywhere. Let's take up Roottrees Are Dead. What's going on there? Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottrees factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottrees Candy Company at the time. Roottrees Are Dead did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1992 after the death of Martin, and Roottrees Are Dead now serves as an importer and distributor. His name is Charles Martin. Let's look him up. Licorice bullets. He helped develop Roottrees Are Dead. He used his own wealth to build a new factory, and they distributed the maple treats throughout the same methods he had already been using for his previous candy. He had a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottrees company. Much like how the clan said trust distribution of profits from the Roottrees company evenly to the Roottrees family, the profits of the Roottrees Are Dead would be split 50-50 between the American Roottrees company and Martin himself. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Roottrees candy gained a poor reputation in Australia, and sales suffered immensely. Charles' vast fortune was passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin, who sold both businesses at first opportunity. Do we bother looking up Robin Martin? She's top 100 wealthiest women in the world. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that simply said "Satisfied Partner" on it. Okay, she has no children, so she would not be mentioned here. Okay, take it back. Take me back to Roottrees Everywhere. Let's look up China Roottrees. During the 1970s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to new opportunities for American companies. Leng Hongbo, who was said to personally win over the Roottrees family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead, they made a deal to import bulk, unpackaged Roottrees candy and label it not only China, but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters, and his brother Leng Hongyo took control upon his death in 1986. After Hongyo died in 1992, it passed to the oldest child from the next generation, Leng Jinyu. Okay, let's look up some names. Leng Hongbo. Leng Hongbo. There's a website for the Leng Tai Textile Corporation. The company seems very accomplished, and their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed on it. It's also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses, but those mentions are company-focused and not people-focused. There's a leadership timeline with names that prove that the company has been in the Leng family for a long time. Kinda looks like a family tree. Goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. During the period where they began the Roottrees deal, Leng Hongbo in China, the family name comes first, so Leng is his last name, was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on the website. His younger brother, Leng Hongyu, was featured on the history section directly following him. This also seems to be the only mention of the man. The current CEO is a woman listed simply Jinyu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Langtai has a few American logos on its page. One is the Roottrees logo, another is Trans Quilts, and the third is Piece of Asia. Fuck, there's a lot to fucking research here. Okay, let's look up Langtai Textile Corporation. Okay, I'm gonna make a new page here. This is Langtai Textiles. We've got... Take me to China Root Tree. Lang Hongbo. Hongbo Lang. Okay, you are there. Brother Lang Hongyu. Go over control. Passed to the oldest child from the next generation, Lang Jinyu. Okay. Okay. Well, let's keep looking. That takes us to Lang Tai. Younger brother Lang Hongyu is featured on the history section directly following him. The current CEO is a woman listed simply as Shinyu. Her name is Lang Shinyu. Langtai has a few American logos on its page. One is from Trans Quilts. Seems Trans Quilts is a play in Tranquil in Quilts. Or Train Quilts. Whoops. Got trans on the mind? The name is ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt featured on their website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols all around it. Although they were listed on the website for the Langtai Textile Company, they don't have much of a connection. Appears that they import cloth. Okay, how about the other company? Piece of Asia. It's located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. According to their site, the Tai in Langtai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in America to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here, too many to investigate. Very few of them have any relevance. They offer fabrics and cloths at wholesale prices. You don't spot anything out of the ordinary. The business is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too, and from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Yunwei and Linda is Lang Jinyao. A piece of Asia is located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's owned by these names, Han Junwei and Lang Jinyao. Okay. Keep that in mind, I guess. What else have we got? We learned about Lang Hongbo. We should learn about Lang Hongyu. Okay, same website. How about Lang Jinyu? Lang Jinyu. Lang Jinyu is a businesswoman currently running the Langtai Textile Company. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article entitled Empowered is about the recent rise of women and entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister, Lang Jinyu. She has a younger sister. I like that. Took over CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translates it as, someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Jinyu was an early adopter of IVF. Helped her sister have a child. I don't know how that works in genealogy. There's an unsourced picture of Jinyu in the article. It says that it's from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time and has been added to your evidence. Okay, so Jinyu obviously has some sort of connection to the Roottrees in some capacity. Leng Xinyu has some connection to the Roottrees. Does that mean that Leng Xinyu is the person? Or no, Leng Xinyu is the daughter. Yeah, okay, no, Leng Xinyu. Well, fuck, I don't know. Hold on. I don't... Hold that thought. Take me back to Roottrees Everywhere. We'll come back to that. Roottrees Everywhere. Roottrees France. Let's look up Roottrees France before we do anything else. Roottrees France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process. And then the leadership of Roottrees went through a very large change soon after. The CEO of Roottrees France was meant to be Tristan Robert. Sure, who's that? Tristan Robert is a businessman who at one time was in negotiations to take over Roottrees France. He is still alive, and you come across an interview unrelated to Roottrees from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottrees mania, as you recognize the word Roottrees in one of the questions. It seems the interviewer snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 1970s. The article's in French, and takes some time to translate section by section. It mentions Guy by first name only. The tale he tells is quite ugly. He says, Guy, the president of Roottrees, was one of the worst men I've ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn that he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the questions a bit, and the interviewer never returns to the subject of Roottrees. Okay. That checks out with everything I've learned so far. Okay, I got it. Oh, I got it. Okay, I got it. Here. I had an epiphany. Guy Hudson had an affair with Xinyu, Leng Xinyu, who was CEO. Lang Xinyu, Ford Heather, Ford Melissa, and Suarez Flavio. Booyah. Okay, but I've got more. We have another... Whoops, sorry. We have another Lang. This Lang is... Lang Jinyao. Jinyao. She is also a CEO, I think. I don't really understand how it's possible. I don't really get it. I don't really understand, but I do think I'm right, though. Because the article also offhandedly mentions that Jinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. So, I mean, if that's the case, their child would not... It wouldn't be a root tree, right? She wouldn't be a root tree? I don't think. Unless Guy Hudson and Lang Xinyu were surrogate parents for her younger sister. I guess that's what it is. I guess he actually had an affair with her younger sister, and she donated an egg through IVF. Okay. Well, let's look up Lang Xinyao then. Lang Xinyao. I guess maybe I should look up Linda Han or Jerry Han. Linda Han? Okay. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Han appeared recently on a website called Focus in Philanthropy. Hang in with the Hans. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese-American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company, this article never names it. After it expanded to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is something like out of an Alanis Morissette song, with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow, Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kids are complete opposite, though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get out. Here, she started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. I'm a little bit confused. Butler County Times? Linda Han? The newspaper chronicles that Jerry Han has traveled from China to open the company, which connected to a much larger company called Lang Tai. It imports and distributes Lang Tai's products. He's the son-in-law of the current leader of Lang Tai. As someone close to the family who learned English in school, he naturally raised through the ranks as they expanded their reach to America. Although Jerry's wife Linda doesn't speak English at all, she is currently taking classes and he is teaching her at home. He says she has always been a fast learner and he hopes that she'll be at least conversational by the time she gives birth. According to the article, this was not the first time they were in Butler. It seems the first trip wasn't covered by the newspaper. I mean, I've locked in Lang Xinyu. But what a complicated web. About Lucy Lang. Lang Xin Yao. Lang Xin Yu. Okay. About spider search. Lucy Lang. There are a few that come up with searchable details, so it might be possible to narrow down your possibilities. Lucy Lang is mentioned in a robotics website as part of Team Talonclaw. Team Talonclaw are one of 2 teams from the US participating on a new robot-based show in the UK. Another Lucy Lang is part of a small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tonics. A third Lucy Lang works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. What is that? Lucy Lang is a lead synergy energy engineer who is listed as being ranked one of the top facilitators in the world by Business Watch magazine. Okay. You know what that means. Periodicals, Business Watch, Lucy Lang. Lucy's bio section mentions she grew up in a small Arkansas town, the oldest of 4 children, and she's only the second person in her family to ever have left the state. She earned her degree from a prestigious New York college, started as a junior associate synergy engineer, and in 8 short years has worked her way up to a company ladder. Now at age 32, she's the youngest lead. The article calls her one of the top facilitators of the U.S. due to her merger between 2 regional dial-up service providers. I don't know if this is the right person. I don't think this is the right person. She grew up in Arkansas? The oldest of 4 children? That's not who we're looking for. That's a mistake. Take me back? How about Team Talonclaw? Maybe that's something? Small blurb mentions that the robot fighting leagues have existed for a few years. Night seems like it's mostly used to announce the schedule of its members. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but last 8 dates have all been cancelled because a few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. Another date from a few weeks back was cancelled for an interview with the school's newspaper. At the bottom, the traveling members of Talonclaw are listed as Captain Jaya Patel and supporting members Lucy Lang and Kurt Hauser. Do I have to look up Jaya Patel? Kurt Hauser? Okay. Take me back again. Could she be a small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles? Called the Gin and Tonics? Lucy Lang is listed as a soprano. There doesn't seem to be much else about her other than her name, and that she performs as a soloist on a song called Like the Wind. The group were featured on a CD compilation called Boca, performing a cover of a popular boy band song. It doesn't seem relevant to your search. Really? Best of College a cappella doesn't appear very relevant to the Roottrees. Anyone connected to nobody has ever done a cover of a song by Jim and Diamond, for example, maybe someday. Like the Wind. When searching combinations of Like the Wind and attempting to narrow it down to results that include the Roottrees, you find an obscure Irish band called U2 once cited both FEX and Jim and Diamond as inspirations. As far as you can tell, neither FEX nor Subways has anything to do with your search, and seeing as U2 is relatively unknown to anyone outside of the Dublin connection seems to be an odd coincidence. Subways of your mind. Do I dare look that up in the periodicals? Like the Wind? No. I'm having success finding Lucy Lang. absolutely nothing on Lucy Lang. Maybe... Hold on, maybe she wouldn't be going by Lucy Lang. Hanging with the Hans. Linda and Mark Hahn. Website Focus in Philanthropy? Do I need to look that up? No. Absolutely terrified to move to the United States, so my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on the wall, was obsessed with Robert Redford. Jerry and I were the ones that sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. Our niece, who grew up there and was the opposite, she couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. She's trilingual, dude. English, Chinese, and Spanish. Okay, so I don't know what her niece's... Fuck, I don't know what her niece's... know what her niece's name is supposed to be, man. Like her birth name. Maybe look up Lang Jinyao in periodicals of Butler County Times. No. Okay. The article details a new medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. After the first successful IVF birth in 1978, it seemed the industry began to grow, and featured article about different companies all over the world, and the cost that they could charge for their services was in Business Watch. This included a few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay a premium. Apparently at the time, the CEO of Lang Tai was Lang Hongbo, and his young daughter, Lang Jinyao. And her husband could not have children. So in an attempt to create a suitable pair, he paid Kingnes to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. The cost for this was apparently 380,000 yuan. Hey, wait, Lang Xinyao is not... Lang Xinyao... Lang Xinyao is not... this lady. You are not Lang Xinyao. Because Lang Xinyu's sister is Lang Xinyao. Lang Xinyu and Lang Xinyao. Lang Xinyao's... Lang Xinyu gave birth to Lang Xinyao's daughter. What is Queeknees? E-genes. While they did often perform IVF, the whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid for a very different service, an alibi. The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child, but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. The whistleblower claimed that they had helped to do this at least 6 times, but only provided proof for one case, the daughter of an American politician who was unrelated to your investigation. Key Genes shut down soon after, and both founders have reportedly fled to Lebanon, where there is no extradition to either China or the US. Okay, so it's potentially fake? It's potentially a lie? It seems that a whistleblower came forward to the US government about Key Genes. It was founded in China by a partnership involving American and Chinese medical specialists who then built their medical facilities in the United States. The article mentions the whistleblower's claim. Key Genes will sometimes claim that they performed IVF when they did not. This would be used as an excuse for otherwise unexplainable pregnancy. They'd fly their clients to America where they would stay for an extended period of time, then return to China with news of a successful IVF pregnancy. The whistleblower apparently presented the Department of Health and Human Services with credible evidence. At the time of the article, it was still an ongoing investigation, but Business Watch speculated that they couldn't imagine a world in which the company would be allowed to continue operations without facing serious legal or financial consequences. Fuck, bro, this is hard. This is hard. Lucy Lang is... I mean, this is... Her name is not Lucy. Her name is not Lucy. It's not her birth name. Could I guess it, maybe? Is it like Lou? No? Start with an L? Maybe? Lisa? Linda? Probably not. How are we supposed to learn about C. Lang? It's not this Lucy. As far as I can tell, it's none of the Lucys. None of our Lucys are correct. Jerry's wife Linda doesn't speak English at all. She is currently taking classes, and he is teaching her at home. He says she has always been a fast learner. According to the article, this was not the first time they were in Butler. Seems the first trip wasn't covered by the newspaper. About Sorry, I don't remember how it's spelled. Key Genes. Okay. Key Genes. Celebrities or other powerful people who found out they were unexpectedly pregnant would declare that they were going to use the service as soon as possible. During the final week of pregnancy, the client would travel to Key Genes' facility in either China or the United States. Usually it was the opposite of their home country so that they could maintain a lower profile. They would then give birth and be photographed with their newborns. During the recovery, they would then stay at the premises for a few weeks to a month. This was equivalent to an extremely high-class spa. After these few weeks, the photos would be released and the birth would be announced as if it had just happened. This extra time out of the spotlight would allow the birth to appear to be over 9 months after the announcement that the celebrity was going to use the service. Anything else? Bean Blast? Scarlet? Chef's signature? Maybe that's a little dark. How am I going to learn about Lucy Lang, bro? I don't even know her real name. I don't even know her real name. The article entitled Empowered. Let's look up Empowered. Nothing. Her younger sister, Lang Jinyu. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is that's Mark. Mark Han. Okay. The article also offhandedly mentions that Jinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. There's an unsourced picture of Jinyu in the article. Okay. We gotta learn more about this IVF. Jinyu. Lang Jinyu. Can I look you up in some periodicals? Maybe the Business Watch? She missed out on Watchman of the Year, but did have a pretty sizable article that mentions some of the history. She was born in 1947, first of 2 children. This was Shinyu's sister. It became clear that her father was not going to have a son to pass the family business down to. This is how Shinyu became involved. Father stayed the president of Langtai for a very long time, and his daughters grew up. He began training them in hopes that one of them would have a son who could take over. One helped him in China, and the other in the USA. Neither were given any official titles. When he died, due to societal dynamics, the business passed to his male sibling, a younger brother. Many in the know knew that this could be a problem. His brother was not a businessman and was not much younger than his brother. During this time, Jinyu essentially ran the company as her uncle's consultant. He began to have problems related to dementia, and Jinyu, who had already been running things behind the scenes, performed somewhat of a power play. She stopped working until the results of her absence began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. Oh, fuck. How do I learn more about you, though? Nothing in news time? Were you ever in Portland, Miss Shinyu? Miss Lang? I don't know. Okay, no. No, it's not Lucy at all. It's Mark Han. Mark Han. But how do we learn more about Mark Han? When we had Mark, we never... Well, I don't know, because Jerry and... I don't fucking get it. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. Couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. I'm so fucking confused. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Han appeared recently on a website called Focus and Philanthropy under the headline Hanging with the Hans. Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese-American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company. After it expanded to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, so my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. A piece of Asia. They're led by Jerry and Linda Han. Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Lang Jinyao. Okay, Lang Jinyao. It's Mark. Okay. Mark Han is Linda Han / Lang Jin Yao's son, but he was born through IVF as Shin Yu's son. This is fucking confusing. Just write that down, okay? Let's try and learn some stuff. Periodicals, Business Watch, Mark Han. Butler County Times, Mark Han. News Time, Mark Han. Piketty, Mark Han. Portland Telegraph, Mark Han. Telephoto, Mark Han. Okay. Linda Han takes us to hanging with the Hans. Maybe I should look up Butch Cassidy? When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. Our kids are complete opposite. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Okay. And if we look up Mark Han, it also takes us here. Lang Jinyu? Okay, I think that Mark Han is a college student. Where did we learn about... God, they gave us a lot of red herrings in this one, huh? This whole Lucy Lang business. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Let's look up Lang Tai then. One of the earliest mentions stands out as very unusual because it doesn't involve Lang Tai's business. The article details a new medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old, after the first successes. Apparently at the time, the CEO of Lang Tai was Lang Hongbo, and his younger daughter, Lang Jinyao, and her husband could not have children. That is Jerry and Linda. Jerry and Linda Han. So in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid genes to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. Okay, so they paid $100,000 to hide the affair. Do you know anything about Mark Han? No? How am I going to... Spider sir. Lang Xinyu. How about Lang Tai? Prince here is a woman listed simply as Xinyu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Lang Tai has a few American logos on its page. One is the Roottrees logo, another is Trans Quilts. Third is Piece of Asia. Lang Xinyu. Article states, since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command. Okay. Her nephew is not actually her nephew. Mark Han is not actually her nephew, but her actual son. Covered up by E genes as IVF. And then I said the same thing twice. Okay, that's good. That's good of me. No hints here, huh? Can we zoom in on her paper here? Maybe that says something? Oh, I have no idea. How do we learn more about Mark Han? Her nephew is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. Because her nephew is actually her son. Maybe Lang Mark? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Lang Tai textile, maybe we need to learn more about train quilts. No, probably not. Maybe we need to learn more about Piece of Asia. Piece of Asia is located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Okay, periodicals. Butler County Times. Piece of Asia. Jerry Han has traveled from China to open the company, which is connected to a much larger company overseas called Lang Tai that has connections to Roottrees. It's not a factory, it simply imports and distributes Lang Tai products. It also mentions that Jerry is the son-in-law of the current leader of Lang Tai. As someone close to the family who learned English in school, he naturally raised through the ranks as they expected to reach into America. Jerry's wife Linda doesn't speak English at all. She's currently taking classes. According to the article, this was not the first time they were in Butler. They visited in the late 70s with the rest of the leadership of Lang Tai, and trying to court the Roottrees, it seems the first trip wasn't covered by the newspaper. Lang Tai? No. And if I look up the Hans, Gary Hahn, Mark Hahn, I'm being cooked here. I'm being cooked here, man. Maybe I have to look up their names. Han Junwei and Leng Jinyao. I haven't looked up Han Junwei. I guess it didn't help. I guess it didn't help anything. Han Junwei, Leng Jinyao. If I look up Han Junwei in Butler County Times, do I get anything? Do I get anything in Business Watch? News Time? No. Nope. How is Jones Angela not? Oh, because her name's not Angela. Because I got her name wrong. Newest Jones. This still has a hint on it. And it must be this image of the baby, but I don't know who the baby's name is. She's wearing a Santa hat. Is her name Nicholas? Nicole? Butler County Times. Stephanie Jones. No? Stephanie Jones. Our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. Our daughter was named after her grandmother. This is her. This is her mom. Okay, her grandmother is either Caroline or Eloise. Okay, I'm stupid. I'm stupid, actually. And I'm guessing since she was born the day before Christmas and it was relevant, her name's Carol. Like a Christmas carol. Of course. Of course. We've got one entire tree left. We've got some difficult things to find here. I think we're going to leave it until next week, and it'll just be a short stream next week. Because I don't expect it'll take, 5 hours, which is how long we've been live now, to just do this much. But I don't want to keep going right now. So, that's where I'll be calling it. With that having been said, I'd like to thank everyone that joined us today. It's been a wonderful time. I hope you had a wonderful time yourself. I'd also like to thank the VOD watchers over on YouTube. And I just want to say we're doing this every Monday and Thursday from now until the end of time at 3 p.m. PST. Sunday, we're going to have movie night in the Discord, the Sunday screening, Next Monday, we're playing some Silent Hill F, getting the second ending and maybe the third ending. And then next Thursday, we'll be finishing up this game. But until then, I'd like to bid you all goodbye, and also, good night.